test. All right, we should make some tea. Water's warm enough. So I got some stuff. Got some stuff done. I'd say I'd done close to half of the stuff. So this should be a more interesting stream today. Ugh. All right, welcome in. I am here today to finish the workbench. So I've got quite a bit of stuff done off stream, but I saved a bunch to do here. But I got this board planed flat. That's pretty okay. Shop furniture. A few gaps, some spaces. But otherwise pretty good. I got this side, I actually planed the opposite side a little bit to fit on my planing board a little better. But let me plane this side flat, and then I'm gonna plane the other board flat and do the same thing. But I got a bunch of clamps on that, so we got to get those clamps off. Move some of this stuff. Better. Maybe slightly. Got a lot of work to do, so I'm just gonna get with it. Actually, I'm gonna pour this tea first. Get nice and strong. Got it? Man. Try and put all these clamps up the way. I'll switch cameras here. Not that one. Might be good for now. If you can see that thing I have on there. It anymore? There we go. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Taking these clamps off and putting them in an out of the way place. So glue them. Got pretty cold last night. I wonder if that thing had enough dry. It's glue up. The last glue up, so at least for the top. Need a couple more glue things, but the other things require a bit of clamps we screw. So be a little bit easier. Won't take up quite as much space. Three feet of snow, that sounds like fun. They're coming down now. How you doing? Bunch of wusses. Can't handle a little snow. Oh, yeah, you're a plower, aren't you? I'm pretty good. Got the workbench is coming along nicely. So I'm just unclamping this glue up I got here. Yeah, I'll make you one. I'm gonna get it. This is actually gonna be a portable one actually, so it wouldn't be too hard to get anywhere, move anywhere. So be a pretty good one for that anyway. Black walnut. Yeah, that would probably cost a little bit of money. Wonder if there would be anywhere that even have that much black walnut, the appropriate sizes. Oh. Yeah, usually they don't like to, I don't think they ever cut black walnut in sizes appropriate for a workbench. I could be wrong. They probably, but it would be pretty expensive. This is just Douglas fir, which is like a softwood that's a little bit better. Normal pine or like that. $2,000? Yeah. Well, that would be fun. Yeah, usually I see normal size slabs. Like you can't even make a black walnut table because a slab of it is thousands of dollars. I've seen just I've seen those live edge slabs go for like 10 grand in some cases. Unfinished, unflattened. Not even that big. Well, I mean, technically, if you made it out of anything else, it would be with you for hundreds of years too. I mean, you take care of it. But if you're gonna make a workbench out of black walnut, kind of a waste of black walnut. Uh, this one made out of Douglas fir, which is a softwood. Might never have to buy another workbench again, depending on where my woodworking me. Nope, it's another Douglas fir. I have no interest in putting a metal base on it. Well, A, I don't have a welder to put a good one on, and not about to start putting nuts and bolts on it. Or pay for the cost of the metal. The materials for this thing completely, all of them together were under $300. So I'm not really interested in spending that much. Uh, I wouldn't. I mean, technically, yeah, metal is stronger than wood. Metal is heavier than wood. So there are workbenches that have metal legs. I think Andrew Klein, specifically, Andrew Klein is the guy who made the workbench for Adam Savage. That one has a um, metal legs for the workbench. And they are good mostly just because they're heavy though. A Savage. He's pretty cool. Creative mind. I'm a fan of Adam Savage. Smart as hell. Pretty smart. I read his book not too long ago. It was pretty good. Pretty good. This camera. It's cool. I should have set up these cameras before I started. So I got to get this planed slab off of. Removed, I'm sorry. Well, there's an audiobook for it too, I guess. But the book is really cool because it has lots of pictures. Some of the stuff he's worked on, and some of the concepts he talks about are in there. Reading's good for the brain. All right. Hide this cord. Not too ready for enjoying. It floats your boat. All right. Hopefully that looks better. Kind of see what I'm doing. All right. Yeah, the Adam Savage book really isn't. It's kind of a lot of ways a self-help book. Trying to make you more creative. Yeah, reading is awesome. I don't know, don't you have late nights in the truck cab? You don't do that kind of trucking, do you? You get to sleeper bunk? You just got to get this off of. Yeah, I like to read. Sometimes I read at my desk. Taking a break for work. It's not too heavy. Sure, let's lift it real. Sure, it's under 100 pounds. It's a softwood, so it's really not too dense. All right, now you can see the other side. This is the side I hand planed. I hot glued it to the board there. Oh yeah, Douglas fir is, yeah, it's normally used as a building wood. It's normally used to build houses, but it is a little bit better to use for a workbench than a normal like pine stud. Yeah. The unlabeled bullshit you get from the hardware store. I had to special order this actually. They don't normally stock it. And I should have ordered some more because I really kind of got stuff that do good. You can see this side of it. I put all the good pieces on the upside, and this side is all kind of craggy, knotty. Yeah, that's a knotty top. So I'm just gonna take off all my glue here. And this is like a flat board that helps the board go through the planer, so it doesn't tilt when it goes through. And this is kind of how you make your planer into a jointer. Show off my tea here. I'm gonna turn this into a milk tea. Down there. This is I think it's I'm not sure if it's a green or if it's bushcrafting. Yeah, I just bought the bushcrafting book. That cheap bushcrafting book on Amazon. There, that's I'm not sure if this is green or if it's oolong. I'm not sure what you would call it. It's sticky rice sheng. I don't know if it's technically green, but pretty close to green if it's not. It's got some big leaves. Pop those leaves. Pretty nice. It's a shame I'm going to turn it into a milk tea, but that's how my body kind of goes through these things. I don't have a little milk in my tea. It kind of just messes with my stomach. But that's how it goes. Can't control what my body does, most part. But it smells delicious. They call it sticky rice. It smells great. Oh, did you look this one up? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So it's a pu'er tea. The pu'er is different than than like a regular green tea, because pu'er is like fermented and aged. Usually pu'er is a brick, but I think there's different ways to make it. Sun-dried and aged. It's almost like how they age or they dry coffee. It's like out in the sun, but it like ferments a little bit. Pretty damn tasty. Understand why they call it sticky rice, because it has kind of like a rice taste. Pretty tasty. Yeah, I've been trying to drink more tea lately. Kind of like if I drink regular coffee, my body really reacts to it. Tea's a little bit less. And when I mix it with milk, it's a little bit less yet. So I'll probably still have some effects, but that's my gig. Oh, that sounds like fun. You're gonna like engage in bushcrafting then? So like, suppose you can just do it whenever you want if you're out camping. Yeah, I bought the bushcrafting book. I was gonna read that soon. I think it's fun. It's kind of like some cool like survival stuff. Never know when the world might end. Just scraping all this hot glue off. Yeah, fish is where. Do you ever watch the TV series called Alone? Of all the survival TV series, that's the absolute best one, bar none. Bar none. Oh yeah. Huh, that's cool. Jesus. There we go. All right, I might flip this back over again. Let's see here. I'm gonna get these. Yeah, a lot of Alone in the Woods. The thing I've seen about those in that TV show is that people really freak out about actually being alone for a long time. It's not the survival, it's like the emotional survival of just actually being alone. Pretty crazy. Not crazy, is makes sense. What did they say? It's like survive whatever days without water. You can survive so much time without companionship. That's like a thing, I guess. All right, I'm gonna try and hand plane this a little bit. Yeah, but keeping your mind occupied burns calories, right? Well, I thought that was the reason why it was hard to stay occupied. Okay. And you can't like bring books in. Like if it was the end of the world and you're just kind of alone in the world, pretty sure you can go find a book or something. Oh. All right. Oh, sit down on this guy. Oh, man, the hand plane kind of sucks, I gotta admit. You don't have them. Everyone has this skill. Literally just gotta watch the line. But I'm probably, it actually fits on this board. Let's see, it looks a little twisted right there, but it's gonna sit flat on this board pretty good. So I think I'm gonna take the opposite side, plane that first. We don't care about that side really. So I'm gonna take that down. Oh yeah, that's good though. So it's like a little bit bowed. All you really need to make sure that this is flat is to put your plane on the board. When you're just hogging away material, you don't really care about being flat, you just hog it away. Some of these glue things are getting in my way too, so I'm trying to take them off. You just go along. I put my plane right here. You can see where the gaps are, and where it's touching the plane is where it's high, and any gap is where it's low. So you just kind of go across and take off the high spots. Until you got an even plane. I think a lot of people use these hand planes wrong. If they knew how they worked, it wouldn't be such a mystery. Fuck, I even barely know how these work. I can make. Gotta wear the gloves though, because I totally messed up my finger yesterday. Rubbing on the planes. This one board is pretty high, so I'm just gonna work on this a little bit. Oh. Tell you what though, it's a fucking workout. Oh hell yeah. The sharpening a plane is actually super easy. I mean, it's basically the same as sharpening a chisel, but it's a little wider. No problem. In fact, I just sharpened this one. I gave it a little touch up before I started today. Problem is I should have clamped this board down. If I don't have my body weight on it, makes it hard. What's hard about these planes, if you get an old one, heck, even if you get a new one these days, there's more to it than just the sharpening. You want certain things to line up right. So I'm just taking off. There's a bunch of high spots, so I'm just trying to work on slowly. Plus all this glue squeeze out what I'm kind of working in. Let me work on it the opposite way of the wood. We're trying to plane more this way than with the grain because we're hogging out material and it comes off much easier when you're going against the grain. Holy shit. Ooh, that's a lot of work. But it's pretty good practice. Just like cutting a steak? Yeah, kind of, yeah. So then I can go through here and mark where it's high. Specifically where it's high. Then when I come back, we'll just take off that area. That's an interesting one. So you can see I'm marking like right here it's really high, and then it's high here along this board. Then right here it changes, so where this board comes up in the middle. And it's still high here. Just keep making those marks. We can come back, plane those areas. And the pencil will get taken off. We know we're hitting those areas appropriately. But my goal of this is to make it so it sits a little bit flatter on our board, and then when I take it through the power planer, it's gonna just, it's gonna rock. It's not gonna rock as much. We got to this portion, then it changes. We're high in the middle instead of the edges. But once it goes through the power planer, then it's pretty quick work. And yeah, I'm just gonna sit on this. A little bit harder to do it this way because then the can't get a perpendicular cut really. Yeah, if I had to do this every day by hand, I'd be pretty buff, I think. So I got too much chip buildup in there. Eight. All right, let's see. Don't clear out the chips enough. Starts to jam. Pretty bad at that. How you doing? Welcome in. Oh. This looks familiar. What looks familiar? Your hand planes, or did you build a workbench kind of like this? Did you build this exact one? Oh, shit. Ah, 2x4, hell yeah. Gotta be done. It's gotta be done. At least all the glue ups are done. That's probably the worst part. This planing part is kind of fun. A little bit of exercise, but definitely like the planing part. I'm not doing the whole thing by hand, but a router, yeah. I don't have a router sled built for that yet. Will eventually have a router, but I'm getting a CNC machine pretty soon. Not that I could do this with the CNC that easily, but router sled would be pretty good. But I have this set on a piece of plywood. And as soon as this is going to be the bottom side, so I'm kind of fixing the bottom side a little bit, and then I'm going to run it through the planer. That's what I did for this one. The other side of this one to the right of me. So the bottom side of this board right here is perfectly flat. But I wanted to get it a little bit better before I put it on this piece of plywood. Run it through the planer. That way it's kind of like even a little bit. It will save, I think in my mind, it means it'll save some material. So. Oh, what'd you post there? Let's take a look. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that looks nice. Are those two separate pieces then, too? It looks like they're just kind of bundled together. Nice. Nice little router sled too. Oh yeah. If I start doing some live edge slab stuff, I'll probably have to get a router sled. Oh. Two bench tops for sitting. Oh, the benches, yeah. Oh, so this is going to be a woodworker's bench, not just a bench. I got a few vices that I'm going to attach to it, and I kind of don't care about its quality as much. Oh yeah, we working. Look at those. Oh, you shared these the other day, I think. Oh yeah. Those tight joints. Oh yeah. Amazing. How you doing, Slenderman? Oh yeah. Doing today, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I think when I started this blew up. 5:30? Jesus Christ. That is late. Nap. Oh, nice. I don't love a good nap. Whew. It's fucking work, I can tell you that much. Wait till you see the power planer take it though. Naps are rad. Naps are rad. I haven't been taking too many naps lately, and I think I need to change that. Yeah, that's okay, buddy. Gotta get your sleep in. When you stay up late, then your sleep schedule's all messed up, so you gotta sleep while you can. Snow's fun. Better when you have a snowblower. Like, I don't even fret. You get a few feet of snow. You know, it's an hour or two with the snowblower, and it's like it didn't happen. But if you don't have a snowblower, it sucks. Good exercise, though. Elbow grease. Good exercise. Mother Nature wants us to work, apparently. Whew. Whew. Too thick and wet? You just need a better snowblower, buddy. I modified mine so it can pull any of it. It can snowblow water if I have it. Ick. Yeah, I bet that's not fun. Yeah, my snowblower will go through any sort of, it'll go through pure slush. That put paddles on the inside of it that scrape with rubber the inside of the impeller or whatever it is. So it can literally blow water. You have just like pure water. It's the best modification you can ever do to a snowblower. Woo. There's a YouTube for it, but I'll make a note. Even the Craftsman's Guild server, I could. I'm not gonna look it up right now, but I saw it on YouTube. I even have it saved on my YouTube account somewhere too, so I can find it. I'll try and remember to link it to you later. Here, let me write a note. Fuck. Oh, out of shape. All right, I made a note. I'll send you the link. I could probably send it to you on Twitch then. Discord. But yeah, it's literally just you grab a piece of rubber. I bought like a strip of like rubber with a mesh through it on Amazon. And then you cut it to the width of your impeller, and then you screw it onto your impeller so that it just scrapes the outside of that impeller. Be like the second stage of your snowblower if you got a 2-stage snowblower. And then yeah, it just sucks up everything that's in it. Best mod I've ever done. And then like when you have regular snow, it shoots it farther. It's awesome. Yeah, you definitely need that mod. The tracks are cool. Tracks are fucking nice. 10 horsepower. That's a big one. It should be able to suck up whatever you throw at it. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it, dude. Have a wonderful day. Well, this is a lot of fun, except for the whole fucking work aspect of it. Yeah, this is the Rex Kruger's. Woo, shit. Yeah, this is the Rex Kruger's new design for like a beginner woodworker. Maybe lives in an apartment or maybe anticipates moving. It knocks down completely to 2 trestles and like the legs come apart from each other and then it's held together with pegs. So you can move it if you need to really easily. So like I mainly did this because I anticipate maybe having to move. Like, I don't know what my work situation is going to be in the next few years. I don't know what my girlfriend's work situation is going to be. Both kind of hate her jobs, so this just made a lot of sense. Make it so it'll be easy to move. Or if I want to upgrade, it'll be really easy to sell it to somebody because it'll pull apart. So, love it. Thanks. If I play my cards right, I might be able to get mostly finished today. Probably not. Tabletops for sure, though. Oh. It's mostly good. As long as they don't really rock that much, then I'm fine with making this the bottom. I'm just kind of flattening it enough so that it'll be good enough for a bottom. Then I think once I flatten the top, we'll put it through the other way for both of them so that we can make sure they're the exact same thickness. Whoa. Woo! Hopefully no one saw that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh. I have to go back and clip that later. Okay. Oh, shit. Whew. Losing a little bit of energy. I have to take a break. Man, woodworkers back in the day had to have been so fucking buff. Whew, that's not too bad. This is good practice, though. I don't really do things by hand a lot. So it's, in my mind, A, it's exercise. B, it's kind of a learning thing. Might make me glue my boards up a little straighter next time. Excuse me. Ugh. Whew. It's tough. All right, I think I'm gonna call that good enough for now. Take a little break. Flip this over. Whew. Probably could have taken off the thicker shavings, but kind of bad with that. I like to take off as little as possible. When we first put this on, it was not super flat. Now it's a little flatter. And that should give us like a little bit of a more stable area here. So I'm going to put some wedges everywhere where it is high. box of wedges here somewhere. Used to have a box of wedges. Oh, wedges, where did you go? There they are. All right. Slap the wedges down. So grab a shim, put it under here very lightly, and it's twisted, so go under this one. It doesn't look that twisted. The wedge in here, lightly. Or just oh, that looks good. Okay. So this end's really flat. That's all nice. Probably not going to put anything right there, but right here it just sticks up a little bit. Bottom. Yeah. So now I know I'm going to put glue. Got to plug in our hot glue gun. We're going to glue it down on this side. Then get the wedges to fit perfectly right here because that's where it's up a little bit. Do it there. I was going to do the legs today first, but it looks like I've already started doing this part. So I think we're going to end up planing it first. So once it's glued to this piece of plywood, you're going to lift it up. You're going to send it through this planer. Probably get a flat edge. And then once our top is flat, take off the plywood again. Then send it through raw. Send both of them through raw. And that'll make them the exact same size, roughly. We'll have to alternate them, so that might be a little bit of a task, but so be it. Gotta do what we gotta do. All right, well, we let that glue warm up a bit. Woo-wee. What do we got going on here? Added a couple new things to the stream. If you at me, it sends a message to my earbuds. So potentially I don't have to use the speech chat. Although it's a little bit finicky when you change up your default sources. I gotta kind of figure that out. It's fine. It works, but if I changed my earbuds out, I'd have to switch it in StreamerBot as well. But it should go to my default. There's a difference between the application default and the computer default, but I think I got something I don't know, something isn't clicking right. But it works for now. Get all kinds of new things. I think the burp one is my newest favorite. That's awesome. And then the fart we changed up a little bit. Oh, the source looks a little weird. I took all my sounds off of the Twitch Guru guys thing so that everything will be, it's all on StreamerBot. And I also figured out a way to fix all of my other stuff. Although, I think that one was working today, was it? Take a look at my fart. That one got a little bit, that's fine. Why that was, yeah. Then the first chatter, that one needs to be like reset. First words. That one's not. Oh, it works. Okay. Although it doesn't look like it saved the position. Yeah, it did. Okay. I made it so it will. It should. Okay, so now everything that comes in. Everything that comes in should just like not get cut off. And I think I can now, if that works, I got to test it a little more, but if that works, then all of my events will get moved to StreamerBot. We'll only have a very few things that are working with Stream Elements still. All right, I think our hot glue gun's probably good. Check it out. So yeah, we just go here and we put a couple of spots glue along this board so it holds it to the plywood and even acts as a gap filler. It'll fill the gaps in between. This along. I'm gonna just gaps right here. It'll kind of sag in the middle right here if we don't take care of it. Hey, happy Saturday. Fix that. Oh, it's a little over still. Happy Saturday. Welcome in. How's it going today, Cheryl? How is the kitty? Did you end up getting that puppy? It's good. I'll put this wedge right here. We're getting further along with this. I'm pretty excited now. Got the other top in. Oh no. Aww. Little puppers. I can't wait for the puppy, though. It's going to be so cute. Oh, cute. Oh, man. Hope all is well otherwise, too. Are you getting a lot of snow? Little burritos? Oh, my God. Oh, that's great. Little wrapped up burritos. Oh, yeah, it's kind of a bummer. I like getting snow. It's nice. But I guess I'm from the state that gets a lot of it, so I should talk. A lot of people share that view. Honestly, anyone who lives in this state that complains about the snow, like, I suss them immediately for being Minnesotan. Can't live here and not to expect some snow. Or even like a lot of snow. Whatever, everyone's got their own thing. Okay. Put a little score mark on. Yeah. Yeah, I guess when it comes in late, that's kind of a, you know, you're starting to expect things to warm up. But, I mean, we've gotten snow in April and May here, too. It's not unheard of. All right. The last time I did this came apart. The glue came off. Or it just kind of delaminated while I was using it. It wasn't a problem, but just kind of want to prevent that. So I'm going to put a lot of extra glue on here. This stuff comes off super easy after it's on. So putting a lot on isn't too bad. All right, that should be good. All right, well, now comes kind of the fun part. These need to go through the planer. And I had it set up kind of so it wasn't as much of a chore. But we still have to lift this thing through multiple times. Planer. Oh, not the best. But I had a pretty good setup here, so I'm gonna make it happen. Gotta get some stuff out of the way. I'll move the camera. Maybe I should move it to the other camera. Let's see the difference here. We got this camera, or we got this camera. I think probably gonna make more sense with this camera. Maybe I'll put it down a little bit. I think that will work better. To make a shit ton of dust again. I actually saved a giant trash bag of the dust. from the last round of planing. And I'm going to turn it in. I think I'm going to try and turn it into mushroom. Make some mushroom stuff. All that dust. Welcome in. Welcome in, Barn Recluse. How are you doing today? Happy Saturday or whatever. I've been making progress. I made a ton of progress yesterday. I was really happy with how much I did yesterday. How's the kitties? The kitties. All right, so I'm just gonna sweep some of this out of the way because I don't want to trip on it. Although once we get into it, it's gonna be just full everywhere again anyway. But it's kind of tripping over it yesterday. But I finally got to use my Triton, whatever this thing is, my clamping sawhorse. My day started pretty rough. I went to bed sober, so all the dreams were nightmares, and sleep was very disrupted. I can understand that, man. But hopefully, I don't know. I almost had the opposite problem. Like if I go to bed, a lot of alcohol, I have restless sleep. $666 in whiskey arrives. After coffee, you get a beer. Hell yeah. I'm gonna put this up. We ended at, almost make a mark. We ended at 4 1/4 yesterday. I'm gonna write that down. 4 1/4 for the last slab. I'm gonna try and end before that if I can. Woo-wee. All right. So I got this set up. So right here, where I start, and I put this board in my vise on this bench. I gotta put a wedge in there so it doesn't tilt. Oh, that sounds great. Table with hinges? Hell yeah. Just need regular hinges. Something special. So this little board I mounted in my vise, this is where we rest slab. So the slab rests between here and the planer. And then we can start it going through, and then it just kind of glides along this board here. Keeps it in. Then I can come around on the other side. And I have this is my Triton clamping saw vise. I have some boards locked in here. And that catches slab as it comes out. And I can come around and it's going to be supported by that, and then I can just grab it from here. So this worked just fine yesterday. I'm going to try and make it work just fine today. If I can. Oh. Potential disaster. Sturdy AF hinges, hell yeah. Did you use like door hinges, or they need to be better than that? All right, I need to make some room here. Problem. All right, so I'm gonna put this up. I'm gonna give it a test run. Sweep some of these out of the way again. Well, it sounds like a cool idea. Did you just think it up all by yourself? Getting innovative over there. This might work. Raise this up a bunch. Yeah. Oh, so you're trying to make it easier to do stuff in there. That makes sense, dude. Get it? Build a quickie table, do crafts. Hell yeah. Gotta have a space to work. Even if it's not the ideal place, you gotta have a space. Okay, here we go. This is where it gets fucking fucked up. Oh my god. Ah. All right, this is a test. See if I got everything lined up properly. And once it gets to about here, then I can go and catch it. This was a beast yesterday to do. The good news is that with every pass, it technically gets a little bit lighter. Woo-wee. All right, yeah, we gotta take this off. We're gonna get hot. Getting hot in here. So take off all my hoodies. All right, so I'm gonna put this in a little bit and bring the cutter head down. Let me get a good spot to set it at. This worked surprisingly well yesterday. Today, I don't know, it might explode. It's really jammed in there. I don't know. I see my mic coming in. Yeah. The only problem with wheels, I can't pull on something. BRB, no problem, Cheryl. Technology is great when it works. All right, I didn't wear a mask last time because I was worried it would get in the way when I got a lot of shit going, so I'm gonna follow suit. If something gets messed up, I don't want the mask to get in the way, so there we go. Neato. Posted a burrito. Oh, I gotta look. Yeah, fix the words getting cut off in the first words thing. I think I got that figured out. So now I can transfer all of my alerts into StreamerBot again. I got that figured out. GG. Rather keep it all in one platform. All right, what am I gonna do? What am I doing? Yeah, okay. I think you can only see this link if you're in the Discord, but fuck. Just like little, oh. Their eyes are like barely, their eyes aren't even open, are they? Oh. And they all got little colorful collars. Gosh. That's great. I approve. I approve this mess. Oh, I'm still sore from doing this yesterday, so this is gonna oofta. So I did increase my filters when they're 6 weeks old. Oh. I increased my filters on my mic, so hopefully this all the noise gets cut out. I don't know if it's going to. But hopefully it does. All right, we're about to do some work. But after this, the legs, I got to cut some grooves in the legs. That should be less noise. Yeah, a little noise never hurt anybody. Yeah. Let's do a few checks around here, make sure everything's clamped in well. The only thing that's gonna move is this table. That should only move if a lot of pressure. We're trying to avoid that pressure, so. All right, we're only being a little bit sus. Too far? Oh, all right, I'll take a little break. Hi, pizza. What was that? Could you hear everything? The hip hop hanging. Let's see what we got so far. So far, it looks pretty good. This portion is good. There's a little dip here, a dip right here. We're at 4 1/4 right now, so we'll be taking off a little bit more. I wanted to. Most of it was pretty noise free. That's good. I increased my filters, so I was hoping it would just be a little more pleasant. Yeah, welcome in, pizza. You don't follow Undamaged Pizza, you should go follow. He's got some axolotls. Fucking all right, I'm just gonna sweep some of this stuff away. Not walking over it. I'm gonna have to take at least a couple more passes on this. I think. Axolotl. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Axolotl. Only ever seen it written. Oh man, you guys want some sawdust? I should put an ad on Facebook or something for sawdust. I did save a grocery bag though. I want to try and throw some mushrooms on it. Creepy. Shut up. See if you got a good clip there. Homemade plywood? That'd be pretty cool.
I'm doing good, Chef Negan. How are you?
All right. Let's shout out Barn Recluse too.
Beema likes.
So yeah, we're just gonna end it there.
I think I clipped that. Oh, that's funny. Oh man. All right, this is actually a pretty good angle right here. I could just leave it. That cord's a little annoying, but triple chin. That's a good angle. I can't get rid of this cord, unfortunately, but oh. All right. This is looking good. I want to take a couple more passes off of it. That's unfortunate. I'm going to lose more material than I wanted. But that's the way it is. You want a flat top. You want a sexy flat top. All right, here we go. I like that. And that pass took off enough where it looks really good. Move this camera right here. There's this. This is just bad material, so I can't fix that. Gap right here. Can't fix that. All pretty flat. There's another gap right here. Like a bad glue up. Now, this is all just fine for a workbench, so I'm going to flip this over. Took off more material than I wanted, but We're still at pretty close to 4 1/4, so they're really close. So I'm just gonna take off this board here, and it just snaps off with the hot glue. Excuse me. And I'm gonna scrape off some of this glue from the plywood before I'm done here. Hot glue, good for woodworking, not just crafts. Holds just enough to keep it on this board for the planer. Scrapes right off so you can reuse it. So now this board I'm just gonna set up in the corner here. We can use that again in the future. We end up making tabletop, or cut it so it's smaller. Do smaller boards too. But that piece of plywood basically allows you to use your planer like a jointer. Very useful. If you don't know, this planer doesn't flatten boards. It basically just surfaces the board. So if your underside isn't flat and you send it through the joint or the planer, the thickness planer, it's just gonna surface the top, and it's gonna still be not flat. So now I'm gonna get both of these boards ready. We'll send them through, since we flattened one face, flatten the other face. We're flattening the other face. This will, because that face is flat, now we can flatten these. What's up, Spenzo? How's it going? We got to shout out Spenzo, because Spenzo started streaming.
Beam a like.
And I think he's got a really cool clip.
I like to eat boogers.
Gotcha. Oh, I'm so happy I got that clip. So much fun. Bamboozle. But seriously though, Spenzo's good shit and definitely worth following. Definitely worth following. He lets you take clips of him saying, I eat boogers. That's top tier streamer. There. Top tier. All right, I'm just kind of getting these ready to run through the planer. They look fairly even. That's good. Picking and snacking. Girlfriend's home. She let all the hot air out. Oh, she got a board though. Be bright outside. They have like an inch and a half of snow, or a foot and a half of snow currently on the ground. Oh, now it's cool. Got it? What's that? I don't know. Is it gonna stay in here? No. All right. She got a board so she could put her fish tanks on top of an IKEA cabinet. So the board is gonna apparently strengthen it. Something. According to Google, that's the thing. Yeah, so getting crafty, I guess. All right, so we're gonna run these through. Split up a little bit. Yeah, I think. Let's see how it goes. They're not. I think they're only 5-gallon fish tanks. I think they only weigh like 60 pounds full or something like that. I think it's gonna be okay, but she has 2 of them, so she's gonna put the board on top, both of them, and give it a little extra strength. All right, I'm gonna start with this one. It's going to be a little bit because I'm going to send them through kind of at the same time. So it's going to be a little a clusterfuck. Some real wood. These are going to be thinner than I thought. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, we're mature. But hey, I've been doing my Loodle every day. So I gotta practice that, you know? Huge wood fan too? Ooh. Yeah, I'm a wood fan too. Oof. All right, we're gonna run these through, I think. Feels strong though. I did this yesterday and I got really sore. Now I feel like I'm getting strong. These muscles. Rah. All right, here we go. Very good. Finally got a good paycheck, dude. Hell yeah. Gotta invest in yourself. Nice chair. Some hinges to do some good work. Hell yeah, dude. Wear a mask. Fuck. Coughing all day. Definitely need to make sure you put a dust collector on the top of the tools list. Quarterly bonus. Boss paid out on the vacation days it didn't take. All on one check. Wow. That's nice that your vacation days pay out. My vacation days don't pay out. Although they kind of force us to use our vacations, so at least we got that. So far, so good. I've only ever used a planer of this caliber, so. Oh. Nice, dude. Gotta force your employer to pay you, man. Otherwise, you get taken advantage of. Yeah, so far, so good. I think for the money, I don't think I could have gotten a better planer. Yeah, and this is actually Douglas fir, so it's a little bit better than a normal. Like, it's not as sappy. This is a little bit better of a wood. Yeah, I understand why people are hesitant. They get all the sap on their planer blades, and it's nasty. But that's why I bought this version of the planer, kind of, because some of the planers have a helical head, and they're great. They're good blades, but they can't be sharpened. Whereas these have the straight blades, so I can sharpen them. So I will probably never have to buy blades unless I really fuck one up. As long as I don't put shitty wood through it, I think I should be okay. By shitty wood, I mean like stuff that has like nails and shit. A lot of people buy those planers just so they could put pallet wood through them. Rip that planer. Yeah, the helical blades are very good because you don't have to sharpen them as often, and you don't sharpen them, you just replace the blades. And instead of replacing the blades, usually you just turn the helical head. You can use them like, yeah, you rotate them, use all four sides, and then once they're used up, then you get new ones. So they are pretty good. I shouldn't say anything about them because they are pretty good. I just like the idea of using the same blade, continuing to sharpen it. Seems less like a throwaway culture that way. I call this good. I'm gonna measure it real quick. Yeah, these were, I think these were around $7 per stud, but they're the Douglas fir ones. They were actually cheaper than the regular studs for where I bought them. That really punk out right there. Huh. That's the bottom. Well, it's gonna be thicker than plywood. So it's gonna be a little more sturdy. When we pound on it, it's going to be sturdier. And we're going to put some dog holes in it, so it's going to, yeah, hold fast are going to stick a little better when it's this thick. A couple of reasons, I guess. Plus, that's it looks cooler, I guess. This is what I just want to measure for that we're equal thickness. We should be equal thickness. I think we're just a little bit warped. Only looks cool. Oh, plywood would almost, well, I'm not sure because plywood's pretty expensive right now. This is the same thickness. All here. Yeah. Yeah, I think at my Menards, I think it depends on what kind of plywood you're getting, but it was like $90 for a sheet of 3/4, I think. But if you're gonna make a plywood workbench, you have a couple of choices. You can laminate together, you can laminate them flat, or you can cut strips and put them on edge like we're doing for this. And I've seen there's some guy on YouTube that does the laminated edge. He just makes long strips and then laminates them together like this one is. And I think that would be like the equivalent option. Otherwise, it's just not going to be as rigid. It's going to have a lot of deflection. If you put 2 or 3 sheets, I think it's just going to have a decent amount of deflection. But this one right here, this workbench was 2 sheets of plywood glued together, and it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with just a couple sheets of, even 1 sheet of plywood to use as a workbench. Nothing wrong with that. 2 sheets is plenty of room. I could even get holdfasts in the top of 2 sheets that are laminated together, and it held pretty well. So there's nothing wrong with that. What's cool about this is that I got a couple of vices that are going to go onto it. So it's going to be nice for that. So I'll have to show you those vices in a bit because I don't think I'm going to plane these tops anymore. Oh, they were not straight, Spenzo. They were not straight. We planed them flat. We planed and thicknessed them, so they're kind of a lot smaller than they should be. Some of them were a lot smaller than the other ones. They were not perfect, for sure. I think we're going to make this a split top too, so we'll end up putting these a little bit apart. Something like that. Might have to make it bigger than that, but a little split in the top so we can put like tools in between. And then we should be able to make it so we can put dogs in there too. Work that out. But that means we can move on, and it might take me a little bit to get there. But I have one more I have one more leg to make. So these are our legs. We put this mortise through it. I have one more leg to make with this mortise. And then we have to cut in a dado into the leg. Actually, it's right. It'll go right here. And then that will fit the cross, whatever those are called, cross brace, beam stretcher. I don't remember. I got to set up a camera, do some cutting. Thanks, dude. I think I'm going to set up right here. This camera facing, ooh, this camera facing down here. We'll just do it right here. It's kind of set up for it. Everything's a mess. Yeah, this will be good. This right here, this bench is my first workbench that I made. Well, kind of ever, but I guess I've made other workbenches that weren't for me. But I had this when I lived in a condo. So it's just a 2x4 foot piece of plywood, and this is actually an 1.25 inch thick plywood. So it is really sturdy, but it's made with bolts, so it racks a lot, it moves a lot. Not ideal. This one we won't have that. But because it's so beefy, you can really pound on it. That's good. All right, so we have these legs lay out. It's technically I think it's technically a mortise, but it's kind of like a cheating mortise. You put like a groove or a dado, whatever you call them, across both of these, and then flip it over and glue them together. Kind of a cheating mortise. So I shouldn't say that. I don't think there's such a thing as cheating in woodworking. It's just some people trying to gatekeep woodworking. All right, so this needs to be 10 inches up. Make a line at 10 inches. Connect that line. Then we need another line. 14 inches to make a 4-inch mortise. And maybe it might be kind of hard to see, but might get what we're aiming for in a little bit. Now I have a marking gauge that's already set. It's about 3/4 of an inch. I'm going to take the marking gauge. We'll mark side. Here. Going past the line because this is finished work. Side. Ooh, there's an ugly knot there. Probably should have chose the other side. Yeah, I think we're gonna choose the other side because that knot's gonna become a problem too. This one. It's okay. I'm gonna put my marking gauge over here. Doesn't roll off. Trying to erase this line. But all right, so now grab my knife. And we will first, let's do this one. Make a cut on this one. This one. We continue that down the side here. It's going pretty well. We got our top essentially made. There's our top over there. Got it all planed down, and 3 of the legs are made, and we're working on the last leg. And then we have to connect the legs with stretchers and a bearer. I saved one of these legs to do on stream. Connect 4, yeah. No problem. Technically, I think, yeah, but I think this is like a This is really, I was really dissatisfied with the quality of this. I think it might be a knockoff. Because it's really kind of poor quality. I was not impressed. I bought it because of Paul Sellers, but definitely don't like the quality. All right, so I made knife cuts, and then I went and put pencil in those knife cuts so I can see them better. Put pencil in the knife cuts. And technically you can erase it after you make the pencil in there. Helps you get exact, but we're not caring about it that much today. Yeah, I bought this Stanley knife on Scamazon. I really think it's a knockoff. Doesn't look good. Ah, good evening. Good evening, Marky. How are you doing? Welcome in. Shout out.
Beema likes.
Spear point? Yeah, I think I'd probably like that better too.
What's in the field that you gotta destroy?
Excuse me.
I'm just going to go and get the telehandler road to go back to the forest. If you want to unload the logs, then I'll meet you back at the forest.
You're welcome.
What do you mean unload the logs?
You hoping to stream
Go
today?
jump in the lorry.
No.
Oh yeah. Hardest part is just doing it. Oh, you out too, Becca? Do you have any clips? Yeah, you do. I know you do.
Beema likes.
Oh, POW. Man, I'm sorry you're coming late. We've had a good bit of yakking going on, talking about this small lathe. And
yeah, it's not too bad.
After
I probably
supper,
need to
I'll be able
sharpen it
fire
again.
up and actually turn a bit of material.
But
yes,
it
I've been
does its
lettucing.
job.
I really have. Need to smarten up and get on with things. So
A
we're
potato? How are you? My sharpening setup? I invested in probably too many different setups. But right now I'm kind of like in between Waterstones and the Scary Sharp method. Kind of do both for different things. But I think they're the Norton stones. I like them a lot. You're welcome, Mecca. But I also have a flat granite slab that I got from Woodcraft. And then I mount sandpaper on that granite slab. And then use the Scary Sharp method as well. Just sandpaper sharpening. Yeah, they seem pretty good. Ooh, you got the work sharp. Hell yeah. That's pretty sexy too. I do have this grinder right here too that I can use for the grinder with the Veritas jig on there. I use that for certain things too. It's particularly good for chisels. And you want to start over nice. So that's the Rikon slow speed grinder. I also have the Veritas. I have a few different guides actually. I had the Veritas Mark II ones, and I like the Veritas ones the best. Yeah, I'm building the bench, so show you over here. That's the bench top. And then these are the legs. I made 3 of them already, and that's what I'm working on right now. So, making our way through there. I got the tops all planed. They're flat and even. So we're good on that so far. I know, I do need a rabbit. I saved a whole garbage bag because I think I might try and grow some mushrooms off of it. Looked online, it looks like it's possible with Douglas fir. So I might give that a go. I have enough where I might just fill up another garbage bag full. But I do love mushrooms, so I think that would be really cool. Oh yeah, this is like the easy mortises. I like to call them cheating mortises, but I really don't think cheating is a thing in woodworking. Do what you can. This is so easy though. You just, oh, it's so great. All right, those are all marked up, ready to go. I have this crosscut tenon saw, which is kind of useless for tenons, but I think it works really well for this. Not useless. I mean, it works, but yeah. Ah. Hell yeah. I mean, watching is half the battle, at least. I'm gonna have to sharpen my router plane because it's got some. It's filed for crosscut, yes. I also have the rip cup one, but we are doing a crosscut right now. Big project is to hold my records. Hell yeah. You got a lot of records, man? It's kind of a fun hobby. Records are pretty cool. Get down with that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a 14 tooth, but it works really well. 14 TPI. Show you how well it works. I'm gonna put on my. I think all of my saws are. Oh, maybe the rip cut is like 8 tooth or something. The rip is 12 teeth. The dovetail is 14 rip. But I was just listening on Wood Talk how they kind of badmouth the. Actually, I don't even think these aren't tenon saws. I think these are carcass saws. The tenons are a lot bigger. But this is my only rip cut one, so I use it a lot on my my bench hook. Oh yeah, how well it works here. I'll go slow because I'm trying to get right on the line. I should chisel that. Then we're gonna have to sharpen. Probably take this chisel across, sharpen it again. Yeah, I think these are the carcass saws. I wanted some tenon saws, but these work really well. I don't really hand cut a lot of tenons. Just made like a little ramp so that the saw will fit in there really easy. Slowly down our line, slowly, so I can make sure that it's lined up with it. Oops. Oops. So we got down on that line, we'll go across. Good to just go. It's kind of sucks about the rip saw that it doesn't evacuate the dust. The fart does. Straight across, making sure we get to the bottom of things. So the two edges take a lot longer because we're trying to stay on that line. But when you go in the middle here, show you how fast this can cut through. Pretty fucking good. And there, we're at the line. Don't think I went through. That's good. It does a pretty good job. I like it. I also added a burp command too. I figured out what was wrong with StreamerBot and why I couldn't get the alerts to show up evenly with code 10. So we're good on that now. We can't fart. Yeah. I don't even care if you use your power wisely. I'm gonna reclamp these because they weren't holding so good. Let's go over a bit, clamp it closer. Yeah, we also have toes. You can use the toes command. Go at it from this side. We'll take a little chisel out, give us a place for the saw to ride on. You like that one? I haven't really confused anyone with that yet, though, so gotta be some kid that doesn't know about that. Gotta get, it's been a while since that was popular. Think I need to word it differently? How should I word it? Cool about StreamerBot is it makes it really easy to adjust channel redemptions on the spot. Imbibe. I wanted it to make it seem like I was drinking some sort of a weird chemical. That's good. That's probably past my lane, actually, but... All right, now the fun part. Chiseling down. Maybe I'll chisel from this side so it can be seen by you better. It's supposed to sound like a danger. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Force me to drink ingest. All right, let me put this in there. We can do this. Go to our channel points. All right, that should be changed. I don't know how quick that does. It should be right away. All right, so I'm going to chisel it from the opposite side so I can show you. Although it might be a little bit harder to chisel from this side, but just take off less. All right, so we get it pretty good from that side. Let me turn it over. So hopefully the channel point thing changed to force me to drink. And we can get some noobs. It's so easy. It's just nice. When it's just shop furniture, nobody cares. Nobody cares if you're doing a... Why am I still wearing this? it's not noisy in here anymore. Take off my earbuds. That's mufflers. All right, so that's right along the knife line. Then I have my router plane set a little bit below the knife line. Oh, my router plane should really good with that. Flatten it up, but we'll come back and clean this one up. I'm gonna do the other one, and then we can do both of these at the same time. I also want to sharpen my router plane, my chisel a little bit. Foam flooring. I think you just buy an office chair and then replace the wheels. Then the wheels on the chair won't matter as much. But me if you don't think that is. I have both of my office chairs because I use a kneeling chair and a regular chair. I just put rollerblade wheels on them. They'll roll over anything. They'll roll over foam, they'll roll over thick carpet. They will roll over anything. Side two. Stuff like this makes me think like I feel like I'm an actual woodworker. Roll over, Beethoven. Is that the song you're listening to? See, I had to abandon a chair altogether, and instead I use a kneeling chair. I guess it's still a chair, I guess. I use a kneeling chair now. It's absolutely saving my back. I probably mentioned that before. Only 14 TPI, but I think it works pretty good. A wheelchair is a multi-tool, yes. Plus, it's fun. There's so much joy when you get up on a wheelchair, have it balancing on the two wheels. Love that. You could another way to cut this would be to just put it on the table saw. You could potentially get probably a more accurate cut, but Herman Miller. Is that a guy? Maybe there's some knockoffs where you get them really cheap. Hello there. Nurse Nertusta? Nesratusta? Welcome in. I don't know if it's a guy or two guys. Made by a company. Interesting. Thank you for following. Welcome in. They were building the Rex Kruger quick stack workbench. Just need a new workbench because I'm using my old one to support CNC machine that I ordered. I don't have it yet, but we will eventually have it. All right, got these. Chop out these guys here. So I got my slabs are mounted, or they're all planed and glued together, and this is kind of, these are the legs. I'm making a mortise. These are going to be two boards glued together to make a mortise. It's like an easy mortise. I wonder if there's a technical term for it. I don't know. That is a good fill there. Get close to the line. Now we're going to go inside of our knife line. Right in there on it. Oh, that was probably too deep. So this is a mortise that's also not going to be glued up. The Rex Kruger workbench is horrible. So this is the piece of wood that's going to slide into this mortise is going to go all the way through and then held in with pegs. That way it stays portable. We don't really have to worry about it being flat enough for a glue joint. We just got to get it in there so that something can slide through. At the same time, we want to keep it, kind of clean. We made knife lines to keep the joints clean. It's good practice. But also then we don't have to worry about it that much, so that's fun. All right, so we got all the most of the waste hogged out. So now I'm gonna sharpen my router plane and my chisel here. I'm just gonna touch them up. Diamond stones that I have. And I'm gonna need to get that wrench for the router plane. This is the Veritas router plane, so you can take the blade off. I have this set to a specific depth, so I can take this off and sharpen it, put it back on, and I didn't change my depth. Put on some more light. A little shadowed, it kind of looks like. Help. All right, so then we mount this blade. It goes on like this. No, it doesn't. So I don't really remember how it goes on, but try it this way. It goes on this little thing so you can use it. You can sharpen it. Don't they do that? They did. All right, so the blue one is coarse. We'll take this across the coarse stone. I should probably put some liquid on. I think this one was duller than the chisel was. But as soon as we can see that it's getting all the way across the face. Good. FedEx does actually suck. Was it on orders outstanding? See, I have had, I don't know, they did put a new Amazon warehouse in our neighborhood, but I've been getting like 3 overnight deliveries. So Amazon is actually, I can't imagine what kind of worker exploitation they use because of that, but Amazon has been pretty good for us. We're also in a pretty big city, so it's a little easier here. A little chip in there. I have to worry about that later. Yeah. I guess that's just what it is with the rural areas. All right, we'll get this router plane. Probably good for a touch-up. Give it a little micro bevel, maybe. Get it right up to the edge. That looks pretty good. Then finish it off. Run it across a few times on the flat side. Hey, I guess sometimes it's fast. I think the only time I've ever had issues is when they fuck up the inventory. I'm gonna have to go hard on that sometime soon because there's like a little chip on the edge there. We're gonna have to resharpen that pretty soon here. All right, so that should be good, and then it kind of matches this marking gauge. So I'm just gonna put this marking gauge on there and see how close it is. Yeah, it's almost exact. We'll do this chisel a little bit too. Clean it up. There, that's a good, very good edge. That'll do some fine work for us. So we start, clamp one of these down so that we have room on either side for the router plane to go across. Then start by taking the router plane, just kind of testing it on a bunch of these spots. Just kind of slowly chisels, shows you where you went too far, in my case. And just shaves a little off of the edge. How close you were. Kind of slowly bring it in. This is the Veritas router plane. Veritas logo. That's pretty nice. I like how it has the removable blade. So I was able to take that off and sharpen it without adjusting I could keep my measurement in there. You can sharpen in between work, not have to readjust. Not that this is really that fine of a project. Clearly it's not. Lots of tear out for this softwood. chisel. Come at this. That just took out a bigger chunk. Now we come at it with our router plane and get to level. Flat. I don't know. Not too bad. And like I said earlier, this isn't a glue joint. This is going to be something that's removable. So if it's a little bit too big, no big deal. Demands between me and the keyboard. Refuses to be touched. The Rex Kruger makes this joint without a router plane. He just uses a chisel and a makeshift marking gauge. Kind of gauge the depth. There's plenty of beginner ways to make this. This was a $30 project that I bought. It was well worth it. You're doing this for the first time, it's definitely approachable. I mean, you certainly could. I think it would take me just as long to set up the router, though. A hatchet and a flamethrower. I'm kind of just doing it this way so I can practice, you know? I don't use hand tools as often as I'd like. It'd definitely be really hard to control the power router on this. Flame toasted jointery. A lot of people think these router planes are just like a power router, but they're really not at all even close. You don't route out signs, like you just don't use them the same way. I can see where I was a little too aggressive with the chisel. Or maybe you can't, but where I got it too aggressive, there's all kinds of tear out right here. So it wouldn't be a very good glue joint or a legitimate mortise. But if you were carving this in hardwood, you would have less tear out anyway, just by the nature of hardwood. Softwood tears out like this really easy. But we got our knife lines good. That's half the battle. All right, so that mortise is essentially done. We just have to glue top and the bottom together. That's how the cookie crumbles. That's a mortise. So I'm gonna put these together like this. Get them nice. I'm gonna clamp them up like this. As soon as I get them perfectly aligned. Then run a screw through them. I'm gonna run a drill through it, pre-drill screw hole. So that they're just aligned really nicely. Got that feeling good. Ooh, a scam call. Heck, you could do that for a stream. That'd be pretty cool. Excuse me. Too short-tempered, huh? Oh, that's all right. So this is together. You have to at least try hard. There's some people that do, I gotta say. Almost been scammed a couple times. Looking for apartments. I don't know if you ever listen to Kit Boga. He does all those scam calls, and some of them are pretty good. But usually the ones that are good just know when you're fucking with them. They don't really hang on that long. Stripes. Yeah. Kit Boga is a little, pretty wholesome, let's say. Pretty wholesome. All right, now we just screw it. Got those in to hold it, and then I'm going to put it in. Then once it's dry, we'll take them out. It's kind of like a way to reduce the amount of clamp you use. See? Okay, a little bit of goose squeeze out, that's good. There is our last leg. And we're gonna take the other legs over here and chop another, I suppose it would be a dado. But dados are cross grain and grooves are with the grain. I believe that's how they work. We also have to face this one up too, so you're gonna have to plane it. So like in an hour or so, this should be dry enough to start planing it. But we got some other legs to work on in the meantime. But I thought I'd better leave this leg. This is good content. Like I showed you how to make this leg. So that's good. Let this one dry up and I'll grab a couple other legs here. So these ones are complete. They're dry. We let them dry and we backed the screws out. See the screw holes? And then I planed. This is the face. I planed this one flat. Then I planed this side flat. So that's all we need. We need its surface two sides, make a 90-degree edge. And that's going to be enough. And I just want to take a look at my here. We squared the legs. All right, so this is going to, right here, we're going to cut in. And right here. All right, so we need to measure 4 inches up. Can you see? Yeah, you can see. That's good. Measure 4 inches up. What's that? Gotta grab my other pieces. All right, so I made this one. I've got an edge. So we flattened this edge and we flattened this edge. These are 90, so we can use this right here. Hidden power cable. That would be pretty cool. More work than I want to do, but yes, that would be really cool. So we're doing this. I put this brace right here. I lined it up with my line, and then I'm going to make it another line on there that's too small. I should do it on this edge. That way we'll get a tight fit. All right, so I'm just doing my best to try and keep these as square as possible. I'm going to try and cut on the inside of that line. I'll only use my face that I flattened as a reference. Flat potato, that's the easy way to do it. For sure. Don't have to do it the hard way. You don't need to. Sometimes you just got to do things quick to get other things going faster, you know? Like if I have the patience to get this done. That's all right. Like I could be building right now a heavier duty, higher quality workbench, but I really just need to get it done so I can work on some other stuff. That's kind of why I'm doing this. But yeah, sometimes you just got to do it, get it done. And no. This one's going basically the same way you did the other joint. Mortise like joint. No, it's not. I'll have her cake and eat it too. This world, it seems. Take that one. Let's make some pencil lines in it so we can see it better. Let's put our pencil in the line we just cut. Oh, nice. Oh yeah. How's it going? Is it, you can't get it internet in your shop, right? Is that why doing a remote monitor, or get the reason for it? I actually have the monitor I have in the back, kind of in the middle over that way. I have it remotely. You can have it mirror your computer screen with a Fire TV stick. And it's a little bit delayed, but it works really well. But that was kind of a neat option. Oh yeah, that makes sense too. I guess not. Guess it's just the vision. Gauge. Interesting. 6 megabits down? Usually it's, oh, 6K. No. 600 kilo. Yeah, Barn has to drive just to get delivery. A keypad for scene switching? You could just put it, couldn't you just do like a wireless keyboard? Or is that what you mean? Get another wireless keyboard? Yeah, was New Mexico a territory? Shouldn't have I divulge that information? Too much wireless? Well, I guess you could just wire another keyboard. It doesn't have to be a number pad. No, I mean, I have like a whole bunch of extra keyboards that I have lying around, so that would be an easy option. If you wanted it wired, you just have to. Stream Decks are nice. I've been investing in getting rid of all my buttons. So like with StreamerBot, I can just turn them all into voice commands if I want. Like if I say Minnesota, I wonder if my voice commands are even turned on. They don't turn them on because they can get in my way. Start listening. When I have it turned on, I can just say Minnesota, and then it pops up the whatever I have it programmed to do. I really like just getting rid of buttons. That is me. All right, so this one is going to be a glue joint, so I kind of want to get that one a little bit closer. Try and cut this one a little nicer. Wireless mouse. Stream decks are nice. Hey, they have a foot deck now. Did you see that? Foot deck's kind of fun. Get a little closer to this. Same thing as a stream deck, right? Looks pretty cool. I was watching Nutty the other day. He has it all set up. Oh yeah, dude. Get in that line. All right, we'll talk to you later, Barn Recluse. Have a good beer run. Hell yeah. All right, I'm going to take my time a little bit with these ones because they're a little more important. Hopefully I don't fuck it up, but you know how it goes. The crosscut saw is not as good at evacuating dust. Oh, dude, the nested scenes are like so important. I would make that a priority above everything else. Organizes everything perfectly. Makes it less worry. The nested scenes are very important. Cutting right into a knot here. I think I wanted this to be on the opposite side, but that's let's take a look at my plan real quick. I think it's gonna matter too much. I messed something up. No, I didn't. But I should have made this on the other side. All right, yeah, so I wanted to make this on the opposite side because this is the flat side. And I will kind of want my brace, my stretcher, or whatever that is, to sit in there flat. But I've already cut these. I don't want to cut the other side again. I think. I almost want to run it through the planer on this side. If I run it through the planer, then this will both be parallel and even, flat, square. I think I'm just going to do it because I already laid this one out. So there's going to be a big board that goes into this, and the way I'm laying these out right now, the board is going to have to go on this side. So these cutouts should have gone on this side, because this side it doesn't matter if it's flat. But now the board's going to stick into this. It's not flat, and it's going to go out a square. So I need to run these through the planer. Make sure they are going to make sure that that board is gonna win right. We're just, we want it to be square, so that's what we're doing. Fuck me. All right. Set this up again. Again, taking off more material than I wanted to. All right, I think that's fine. So now I have 3 sides that are square to each other, hopefully. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's square all the way up. That's square all the way up. So that's gonna fix that. Okay, feel better about that now. Feel a little better about that now. Although I still think I'm taking off a lot of material. I don't really want to take off that much material, but whatever. Look it anyway. It's portable, right? I can always sell it if I want to, if I don't like it. I bet I could sell this for $500 and then I'll be making a profit. Good. Let's do the sawing on this one now. kind of funny streaming. Like, my best streaming days are days I don't really get a lot done on stream. And my worst streaming days are the ones where I get a ton done on stream. It's kind of a wild, like, it's almost like the content doesn't matter. Probably true. Yeah, yeah, I guess. I don't really, I guess I shouldn't say worse. I mean, I don't know. I don't mean chatty either, just like most viewers. Probably what I really mean. Me, a successful stream is the number of viewers that are there, not how much money you make or how chatty everyone is. All right. Ooh. Really only as good as you engage. Yeah. Like, even when there's no one here, you really gotta be chatting. I probably struggle with that a little bit. Oh, this bench is wiggly. This is why I need a woodworking bench. You don't want a bench that's wiggly. Line a pattern. I have no clue what you just said there. Line of pattern needs to be almost like a carnival barker. What? Is that like a Canadian thing? Oh yeah. That's why their stream is so popular. They're just constantly talking and engaging, and it's fun. It's great. Carol knows what you mean. Oh. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Oh, fuck me. I said, I was talking to my girlfriend one day, and I said, Bob's your uncle. And she did not know what Bob's your uncle meant. And she's like, you made that up. And I'm like, no, it's this thing that people say. Obviously an educated, oh, okay. Whatever you say. And Fanny's your aunt? You'd never heard that before. And then I pointed it, every time we hear it on a TV show or something, I point it out. I'm like, see, it's a thing. I didn't make it up. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah, that one. I'm gonna take these ones out a little slower. Oh, it's a bug's ear. I know that one. Dokie, artichokey. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. That's Ryan Koki. I think I've heard that one. All right, I'm gonna try and. Oh, I see earphones on. That's as easy as falling off a log. That definitely sounds Canadian. All kids love log. Horses for courses. Yeah, you got a lot of phrases there. That'll be good for the streaming, I think. Nothing gets chat more engaged than some phrase. Yeah, you're not that old, are you? just I mean, what is old now? I know younger people that act older. Almost as old as bad dad, huh? Bad dad is old. That's the way to do it. Find the people that they're old. I think it's the millennial way though to call themselves old when they're not. They're millennials. They're aging as much as anyone else is. I hate this trend of millennials calling themselves old. It's like insulting. Firmly middle-aged. My grandma. My grandmother, that sounds like an insult. Not a boomer either? That's good. Okay, boomer. Gen X rules. Get to see the best and the worst of both worlds. My grandmother is one. My grandmother one is an expression of what? My grandmother one is expression of. Oh, okay. Disbelief. Okay, yeah, I got it. That kind of looks like a. Yeah. Might have to get creative with this one because it's kind of not. Might have to drill it out. Maybe we can get it. Oh yeah? Like how old? Like old TV shows? Like how old are we going here? Andy Griffith old? Grandma only watches westerns, it seems like. Oh, bad. Of course, the knot breaks out. Older than a Griffiths. What kind of TV shows is that? I want to know what kind of TV shows. Oh. Howdy Doody Radio. How old is that? Like, no, minor racism and shit like that. Oh, it doesn't look good. Old-timey radio shows. Interesting. How about Howdy Doody time? What about Lawrence Welk? How about that? How old is that? That's another one of my grandma's favorites. Street cred? Yeah, a little bit. It's good practice. How are you doing? Oh, this one's bad because it's got a knot there. Should have chose the other end to cut out. But too late. PB&J, Breakfast of Champions. The lunch of children, but never. Yeah, kind of just for practice mostly, because it'd be pretty easy to hog it out on the table saw. Sure, my miter saw wouldn't be capable of it. It's not sliding miter saw. Oh, that one's ugly. I think I'm gonna start with this one. But yeah, it's good practice. And I don't know. I like working with hand tools. I wanted to be a hand tool only woodworker for a while. But, you know, some things I just don't have time. I ain't got time sometimes. Oh, this workbench is too wobbly. Never wanted to use hand tools? I think, I don't know, I listen to the Wood Whisperer a lot, and he talks about the hybrid method, you know? I think that's at least something I'm interested in, hybrid method. Get the best of both worlds. Plus, you know, when the apocalypse hits, you're not going to have power tools. I disagree. I think you can enjoy working with hand tools as long as you use them properly. If they're cheap ones, I think you can do it. Because you can have really expensive tools if you're not using them properly. They're gonna not be fun to work with. For instance, how sharp they are. Yeah, but I would consider sharpness to be a property of knowing how to use your tools properly. 'Cause even shitty tools, you can get really sharp. You'll just have to sharpen them more often. I didn't have a router plane, I can use a nail and a piece of wood. Use it like a marking gauge in this chisel. So you don't need to have this router plane that I'm using. So you could use just a cheap nail and or a screw in a piece of wood for what I'm doing here. And it's still gonna turn out pretty good. Oh, this workbench kind of sucks though. See, I'm using this shitty workbench that wiggles all over the place because it's held together with bolts, and you can still do stuff on it. Not sure that good tools matter as much. That's true. But that's a failure of the hardware store, not the tools. Another instance is like I bought a really, really, really inexpensive set of sharpening stones in the internet from Scamazon. And they work really well. They wear faster. They do work well. So I would have no problem using cheaper tools. Or like an aggressive tooth saw, like those saws you get from any box store that are aggressive tooth, they're very useful for woodworking. If you can't afford a good saw, there's nothing wrong with using an aggressive tooth saw. I mean, that's almost what a Ryoba is. It's one of those saws. I don't know. I think I'm kind of writing a book about this right now. Because a lot of people are afraid to get into woodworking because they don't have the tools. That's dumb. I'm writing Woodworking for Idiots. I'd have to change the name, I don't know. Woodworking for Idiots, where we can teach you how to use those big box store tools properly. Then you can choose to invest in better tools when you want to. Feel better about needs. Yep. That's a failure of the big box stores. And they don't care. They're selling this stuff. Don't care. Big test. I think I have it. Are you talking about the minimalist woodworker? I have the minimalist woodworker. It's a good one. Yeah, Mecca is definitely worth following. Actually, I should shout out Shenanigans too.
Be my
And this is
likes.
another guilty.
Wasn't it they do that silly dance where like da 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 something? I don't know, man. What did I do?
All right, we're almost done with this one. This one turned out well, good. Turned out good. Let me make a pretty good glue joint. You're welcome. I don't know. You can buy all the good tools you want, but if you don't know how to use them, they're useless. I have friends that always want the best of the stuff. If you never use that after you get it, what good is it? Takes a lot. I mean, some people it takes a long time. That's why I'm kind of hoping the book that I'm writing helps those people that sharpen. Absolutely. I've spent I don't know how many hundreds of dollars on sharpening equipment. Sandbagged by other projects. That'll happen. All right, check out this knot that I should have planned for but didn't. Yeah, hybrid method is what I'm all about. Sometimes you need a chisel. Absolutely. Power tools are like, it's so hard to hone in on a perfect fit sometimes. Like you easily take out too much material. It absolutely does. The journey, yeah, the journey is a thing. That side's good. This side has a huge knot. Let's see if we can figure that out. Not tearing out too much. Let's run it across the stone real quick. Get it nice and sharp so it'll go through that knot. Yeah, look at that, all dented. You might be able to see it. Like these aren't even bad chisels, but they kind of get fucked. even chisels that aren't considered bad get a little fucky too. I need to get some water and wash these off. The Nerix, yeah. Yeah, they're not bad. Not particularly good, but not bad. Now the other set, my first set was a set of Wood River chisels. And I thought, oh, they looked so good. They look so great. And they start bending. They get dull like at least twice as fast as these Nerix ones. Very disappointing. Wash these stones off. I get a bucket of water here. Hi, Koji. Hell yeah. I like to use these diamond ones. Go outside, Koji? Go outside? I like these diamond ones for just like tune-ups. I've got like 3 different methods for sharpening my stones. And then once these get a little dirty, I just kind of put them in some water. Kind of get them clean again. And the water on there is nice for lubrication or whatever. I think it matters as much for these diamond stones. But the water stones you want to soak all the time. Yeah, I go through a lot of Windex. Yeah. I used to use Windex, and then it makes my fingers get all weird. Whatever chemical they have in it. Just use water now. Got a surfactant in it, though, so that's always... Koji. Hold on, Koji. She's got a poop that stuck to her butt. It's okay, pup. Oh, okay. Looks like you ate something you weren't supposed to eat. It's okay. Have a little weird poop session. Cosplaying Star Trek? Klingons? Yeah. Now she's dragging her butt. Are you alright? Pup. Here, come on. Oh, come here, pup. Oh, that is. Make it more. Yeah, she's got some. She ate some like paper or something sticking in there. Yeah, you're okay now though. Yeah. Sorry, pup. She was so sad. She's like, this is stuck. She's a good girl. Yes. Good girl. Here. Want to go inside? Come on. Inside. Don't. Sure. Leave the door open for you. Are you good? Okay. You're gonna follow me. Can't decide, can you? All right. Anyway, you guys read Ron Hawk's book on sharpening? That's a good one. That's a good read. Hey, Koji. Still a couple little dents in there. Might not be able to get those out by hand sharpening. Yeah. Good. Short stream tonight. That's always fun. That to me, that's the favorite part of my favorite part about streaming is just setting everything up and learning how to use the technology. Like learning how to use StreamerBot, learning how to use OBS, all the special settings. That's fun. FedEx delivered. All right. Good deal. Oh, I don't have paper towel. Ooh, a breakfast sandwich. That is the best kind of sandwich. All right, that'll be a little bit sharper. Still kind of almost serrated there, but I'll have to grind that down later. Pretty sharp. Maybe I'll run it across the strop a little bit. Available. I might be able to reach it. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Honestly, I don't like them that much. They're just really easy. They're just really easy. They're in a nice storage container. So they're easy to just take out, and I use them for touch-ups mostly. So far, my favorite way to sharpen is using the Scary Sharp sandpaper method, but it's not always the best. I did get some new Norton Waterstones, but they're kind of, you know, they all, here they are right here. They come in like these containers. So you gotta, each one is a different container. You gotta open them up. You gotta soak them for like 15 minutes because they're water stones. And then you gotta make sure that they're flat, because if you use them once, they get kind of, they get a little bit uneven. You gotta make sure that they're flat. And the diamond stones, you don't ever have to worry about flatness. You just take them out and maybe put a little water on them and they're fine. So I like them for that, but I think the other stones are miles better. Yeah, yeah, they tear if you don't have them perfectly straight on the sandpaper. Even then, it'll tear sometimes. Yeah, but when I'm using, I like to use that when I'm using the Veritas sharpening jig. Then I have less issues. The jig, yeah, exactly. Oh, this knot is gonna kill me. Might have to drill it. I'm thinking. Oh. Maybe I'll use a Forstner bit on it. Now this would be the perfect time if I had that hand crank. I could just put a Forstner bit on there and drill it out. I don't really need that much off though. So. I had originally intended to put this knot on the other side, and I used the wrong side. There you go. Take off just a little bit. One off just a little bit at a time. Nice and slow. Yeah. That's another thing. Like, there's a lot of people that don't have access to decent tools, so you got to use what you have. But I think shitty tools or inexpensive tools can be used in ways to make really good stuff. So. Partaking of a pint of Innis and Gun. Sure, whatever that is. Partaking of a pint. What is Innis? Is that a Canadian beer? Awesome things with Firebot? What's Firebot? Not familiar with that one. Scottish beer, interesting. Sounds tasty. I'm a beer fan myself. Here in Minnesota, we have a lot of cool breweries. Stream overlays, alerts, redeems. Okay. That's cool. Magic Hat? I'm familiar with that brewery, but I don't remember if it's a Minnesota one. We literally have so many breweries. That's cool. I definitely don't intend to switch to anything new. Magic Hat number 9, I've definitely had that one before. I wonder if Magic Hat is a Minnesota brewery. I'm just trying to kind of pair this off because this knot is just gonna tear out. Take it off a little bit by a little bit and then check it with my router plane here. It just chips out when you go at it too aggressively. Interesting to see what Firebot can do that StreamerBot can't. Oh. I mean, don't need Twitch speaker. No Ludafisk. Twitch speaker isn't even a part of StreamerBot, so you can use that whether or not you use StreamerBot. Like just there, someone tagged me and it makes a special noise just for me to hear. I know somebody added me. Even though I still have text-to-speech turned on. Plus all the other streamer automations. Oh yeah. Firebot's point and click. Yeah, but then it can't get a lot of. Well, it's always gonna. Yes, it's always gonna be your preference. But I went to StreamerBot because it's can do pretty much anything Leorn board can do, with less programming. And then if you do know C# programming language, you can do so many things. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. But yeah, if you don't know any programming language, I gotta say that. I don't know programming language. It can be kind of hard. Right now I just have them all in StreamerBot because that's an easy way to do it. Certainly can load them into OBS, but it works. Like the Orn board, it was kind of difficult. Get them loaded in the Orn board because it only read WAV files. The images are sources in OBS, yes. But I want to get them out of OBS. I want to get them in their own browser source so that it cleans up my OBS. I'd like to just get them set up as a browser source. Kind of like nesting your scenes if you put things into a browser source. Like my little BMO thing, the animated text for that is all in a browser source. There's really, trigger fire. I hate trigger fire. There's nothing wrong with any of those. There's still a really good way to do stuff. Trigger fire, I had so many issues because it would stop working a lot of times. But trigger fire is technically part of Stream Elements. What's nice about loyalty points, vision chips. What's nice about StreamerBot is all the loyalty rewards or whatever can be modified within StreamerBot. So you can change them or add them or do anything you want with them within StreamerBot. And then I have voice commands active. So if I say Minnesota, it just pops up. I guess it doesn't. Minnesota. There we go. You know, I can activate things on my stream without touching it. And that's my goal, is to not use any buttons. Because when you're in the garage, you're using your hands. And if something happens, I just want to be able to activate something without touching a button. So that's another thing I really like about StreamerBot. And it does have its own little version of a Stream Deck, an HTML version. But when you're trying to reduce the buttons, it's not, don't even need it. Thanks for the follow. Stream Puppy in ye old version of Streamlabs bot. Yeah, I mean, there's so many options. So many options. None of them are wrong. I don't know. The Orn board is definitely 100% more difficult than StreamerBot. And Stream Elements is super user-friendly. There's that. But I started looking for a replacement for Triggerfire really early because it didn't work all the time. Yeah, the Orn board is good. You can program it. Elgato Wave program is kind of moot now. I hated the Orn board. There's the second one out now, I guess, but I don't know how much better that is. Yeah, this knot's kind of pissing me off, but I think I'm really close to getting it, so we're right on the nuts here. Just kind of cleaning it up a little more. Pretty okay, I guess. I chipped it out really early. God damn it. But good thing it's just shop furniture. And it's softwood too, so it's always going to be a little bit fucky. I think we're good here. Got chipped out right here, but everything else is pretty flat out here too. That filled up with glue. Top 10 functionality primer. Yeah. The Orn board is harder to start. That's why I liked StreamerBot, because I think it's easier to start. So this is the Rex Kruger. The Rex Kruger Quick Stack Workbench. I think I still have this source available. There we go. Show you my PDF here. The Quick Stack Workbench. Yeah. I should. The Restream chat window. Yeah, so are you talking? So StreamerBot, yeah, it's not super easy to get the alerts, but everything else is pretty easy. But basically, you just set it to quick stack, yeah, because it's quick to move. It comes apart. It's portable. Yeah, it gets easier once you do some of the simpler stuff. Understand it. First follower milestone, I did absolutely nothing. Restream's pretty cool. You want to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, but you're technically breaking TOS by doing that as an affiliate. You care about us? Not true. They can come at you when you get your first, yeah. I'm not gonna do any sub goals or anything like that. No, these are the Narex ones. Not too bad. They're metric though, so there's that. Way cool. That's why someone I know gave up her affiliate status, yeah. Good content? Yeah, I was lurking a little bit on the Way Cool stream. All right, so this set is good. Try and fit it in. Do not buy the sand. I agree. The reissue chisels. Oh, yeah, so these are the Narex chisels. They're not the ones I was talking about. I still have those up on the shelf. The Wood River chisels were absolute crap. These Narex ones are okay, though. Not the best, but they're okay. But here we go, one joint that's got a little bit of tear out. Yeah, Narex is okay. They're not the best, but they're okay. Biodegradable packing peanuts? I don't know, can you eat them? Blue cherries. I'm not familiar with those ones. I think if I was gonna get a new set of chisels, I'd go big for like either Lee Nielsen, probably Lee Nielsen. Eric's mortising chisels. I need to get some mortising chisels. You can eat them. They taste terrible. Yeah, maybe don't eat them then. Images, videos, sounds are housed. Yeah. I mean, you can do them other ways too, because StreamerBot's really only limited by what you can program in it. And what's cool about StreamerBot is their Discord page allows you, like, there's a lot of support on it. Couldn't get them to play? Oh, you'll be able to. You can do that. It's just easier to let them play in StreamerBot as long as you get your audio sources done correctly. Media sources don't play on user end, but they still play on the audience end. You can have them switch to both. Best tutorial? I don't know if there's a really good one out there. I started with Nutties, and I think that's a good one. Let's start for half a second, and it's probably got to put a delay in there. Yeah, there's not a great tutorial, but StreamerBot is still in its, I mean, it's not even a 1.0 product yet. So there's a lot that's being developed for it, which is why I think it was really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I like Nutty. Pretty good. All right, so you can see this doesn't fit. We did that on purpose. Oh, if I can. I already have a good workbench right now. Yeah, Andy's doing some really good stuff too. Mm-hmm. syntax. Yeah. There are a lot of people streaming. Oh yeah. All right. So we made this too small on purpose so that we can take a couple shavings off this board and it's going to fit super tight. But I also, this is too long. So I need to cut this. Need to decide. It's supposed to be 24. Conditionals, loops, events. Yep. Ugh. I tell anyone, once you got StreamerBot figured out, it takes no time to make something happen. If then, else. Yeah, that's all. Ugh. Are you having a little too much to drink? All right, I'm just going to sweep this up a little bit because I'm stepping on chips. It's not very pleasant. So once this bottom board goes in, then we have to cut a board for the top. And the top is going to get like a half dovetail. Oh, I hate these earbuds. These earbuds just died. Ugh. Oh, now you can hear it on the big speakers. Scottish beer? Man, these monolith things are trash. They're supposed to last like 8 hours. They made it 5. But these Sony ones, these last for like 10 or 15 hours. But they're not wireless. It's kind of nice to have sometimes. When I switch these, gotta reset my audio properties, monitor again, earbuds, forgets. Yeah. All right. So I want to cut this down. It's supposed to be 24 inches, so they're too long at the moment. Cut a few inches off. And I'll probably cut the other one at the same time. Just grab that other one. Be nice to have a legit woodworking bench finally, because I've had something that's been improvised for multi-uses. Yeah, I mean, ABV isn't really determined by origin, I guess. All right, I think I'm just gonna miter these. The miter saw. Oh wait, where did it go? There. I don't know. Maybe I'll use a hand tool. Fuck it. Practicing techniques today, I guess. Here. Yeah. Gotta get at it, man. All right, well, you have a good day, shenanigans. Away. Away, buddy. I'm just gonna cut this by hand because it sounds like a fun thing to do. Kind of what my whole point in doing this is, just having fun using hand tools, partially. Honing in my skills. Brewdog, 40%. Jeez, that's not a beer. That's a liqueur. Fuck, that's crazy. That's nuts. 40% ABV. What is Brewdog? Is that like a... I don't know what Brewdog is. I'd say that around here too. Except for one of those IPAs. Art? That sounds like my kind of thing. What? It's fucking weird. That's some weird art. I'd like to make some beer sometime. Time in the near future. Just bottle money. Wish I could do that. So Rex Kruger did all of his cutting with hand tools, including some pretty significant rips. I'm not going to do that, but that'd be fun. You guys should follow Fourth Room Brewing on Twitch. He brews beer on stream all the time. Pretty good guy. Yeah. Just Coors. They just drink Coors. Look at that. That's nice. Sam Adams. What? That's nuts. It's a scam? I disagree. Yeah, it is. Fine though. I don't have any other crosscut saw right now. But I'm trying to get a perfect line. So I kind of like it for that. That's kind of why I'm going slow, right? Because I'm trying to get a perfect lineup. I love my Veritas saws. I'm getting a perfect line right exactly where I want it. I'm going slow. I want to bolt a saw like that. One of the vibrating saw thingies. Sure. Like honestly, this thing is right on the line because I went slow. Just kind of enjoyed myself. And it's nearly a perfect cut. Probably can't see it, but it's right on the line. Lee Valley is a dangerous place. For sure. And then I just get better at using hand tools. Like it'd be easy to just put it on a miter saw and call it a day, but you know, sometimes the easy way out isn't the right way. Lee Valley is the tool company that makes Veritas. Well, I mean, they're the company that makes Veritas, and I think they have some other brands, don't they? They sell all kinds of stuff though, not just tools. All right, so now I'm gonna have to take this and then take a shaving off of this edge until it just fits in. Oh yeah, it's really cool what they're doing. Kind of getting into Twitch while doing the Facebook live streaming. Yeah, Veritas is probably my favorite tool brand right now. I like Lee Nielsen too, but all right, so I'm gonna take this, we're gonna put it in my vise here. I'm gonna take my, where did my jack plane go? I'm gonna have to tune it, make a smaller cut. Oh, Veritas is great. We're gonna run this across. Oh, yuck. Oh yeah, for sure. I really hope they don't not do raids though. Like it seems like I hate when people don't do raids. Like you gotta raid. If you expect to grow, you gotta raid. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. So, all right, can you see me? I can't see what. Okay. What about if I do this? Is that better? Maybe. All right. This plane got really torn up. And I was hogging out some material. Actually, maybe I should just use my smoothing planes and set up to take a light cut. Although, I don't, there it is, okay. None of my planes have a curve in them. I need to change. Grain's going the other way. Of course to do, yeah. Great to see you, Mecca. A wonderful day. There we go. Sneak up on a tight fit. One's already sharp. And I can just take it and we'll put it here, test fit it. Got plenty of room to go. Okay. Still. This one is nice and sharp. This bench is not. Not ideal. Oh. Oh, broke my mug. God. Oh, that wasn't a mug, that was a spray bottle. Okay. I don't know where I had that where it fell. Let's keep going. It'll be nice to have a better workbench, be able to take care of this. Instead of being all racky. Ooh, there we go, that's pretty tight. One shaving off just from the tip there. Oh, a little bit loose act. All right, so I'm just gonna kind of check for square. Pretty good. The other one. Then we can glue and screw. The other one go. Oh, does that fit automatic? Or they did anything and it fits perfect. Oh, almost perfect. Wonderful. Oh, we're pretty flipping good there. Tight, okay. We're gonna glue and screw. I'm gonna leave this plane out somewhere because it needs to be sharpened. Oh. That's just the bottom part of the leg. Oh yeah, we can't glue and screw this yet either. You have to lay out. You have to lay out the other one. Top portion. So we got a little bit left to do. But basically we'll do this twice. Now we have to put in a bearer at the top here. So we need to get another piece, go across the top. And in the plans, it's like a half dovetail. So our pieces for that are over here. They have to be ripped. They're underneath my top pieces there. I'm gonna put this over here. Got a lot of work to do. Have to do a lot of cleanup. All right, how do I get these out of the way? Yeah. Stack these on top of each other. Oh, sharp. So these would be, I think they call them stretchers. I think the stretcher is the term for them. They're kind of like the side pieces. I'm going to cross cut off 2 feet of this. Cool, thank you. Dude. Like fun? More glass than whiskey? It sounds like you just bought the bottle. Should be fun to try. Oh, I got so many chips here. All right, we're gonna do this with a circular saw. I'll mark it out first though. All right, I'm gonna take a look at the Discord quick, see this bottle. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a lot of glass. Nice. Oh yeah. Use it as a jack stand. I don't really want to use that piece. Got this giant knot. Maybe if I just flip it around, use the other side. I cut it off right here, yeah. Don't want to have to clean a spot? Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. These boards are kind of shitty. This one has a crack. Oh, right here through a knot. I guess it doesn't look like it goes all the way through, but I'm not sure if that's gonna affect the integrity. Everything is always slower than I think it'll be. All right, so this board essentially gets ripped in half down the middle there. Wonder if I should just draw that line away. And then we use the two pieces for the top bearer. And then this piece gets cut off, and then this gets used as part of the vise wood. Being really efficient with our wood. And I think this is 11.5, so 11.25. Be the center. Clearly not. 5.75. Remember how to math. There we go. You can see how inaccurate the edge is as far as straightness. No, I guess you can't. You're not close enough. So probably, how do I want to cut that? Maybe I should just cut it in half like it is right now. And then chop off. Then cross cut it. Don't know if that's a good idea, but that's how I'm gonna do it. Can't believe I broke that bottle. Son of a bitch. Washing tanks. What? All right, here we go. I'm gonna rip that one first. Cross cut it. Nice. Hell yeah. It's fun. Always fun to put stuff on the gram. So I technically should have ripped. Oh, look how much that, wow. That wood really moved. Maybe I'll use this rip cut panel saw I have. It just sharpened. It needs a... I could have done the whole thing with this, but... Yeah, it could. There we go, hybrid woodworking. Power tools and hand tools. So these will be the bearers. I'll cut this one too. This one will be saw vise material. A little bit quicker than a handsaw. All right, I think I'm getting close to the time where I think I'm going to end it. And then I'll prepare a bunch of this stuff. Prepare a bunch of this stuff and maybe stream more tomorrow. Stuff ready. I like how I did. I got one that I can do for people. One I do in my own time. But I got a lot to clean up around here, including the bottle that I broke. That's kind of like driving me nuts right now. I want to clean this up. Yeah, don't drink it all, man. It all. All right, let's go raid Amius. He's doing some woodworking. And it was fun. Got to share a lot of the actual woodworking that I do. Go back to our brand. That was good. That was fun. Stuff I like to do. And we're going to keep doing it. So we'll do some work offline. It's already 3 o'clock, so I got to start thinking dinner. But anyway, I hope you all have a good day. I'll probably stream tomorrow unless I don't feel like it. So that kind of happens sometimes. But it'd be cool if I could finish this tomorrow. Did a lot of work today. So, anyway, I hope you have a wonderful day and thanks for hanging out. Talk to you later. Gotta wait for the timer. All right, have a good day. Bye.